Okay, and we are back for the final stream on the moon. We have successfully recovered from the explosion. One moment. We just went... what was I saying? Okay, so we're working on the gas sorting system, because that was what, like, technically, like, everything got taken out with the explosion, but we have been recovering. Luckily, we did have a backup infrastructure set up, so we weren't completely knocked out. We have nitrogen storage behind that wall. We have volatile behind that wall. We have pollutants behind that wall. And we are heading towards getting CO2 up and running. Let's get the wrench. Let's finish cleaning up these pipes. And I can't remember whether these pipes are pressurized or not. No, not that one. Alright, so nothing in that pipe. So we're not having to worry about pressures and all that. Probably want to remember this because, although we might redesign things, so that's why we can just rip it all out. Because, are you emptied? Yes. I don't remember why. Oh, I just put it there to get it out of my hand. Same with that guy. We didn't have this locker at the time, so we just threw it in there because we're like, we don't have room in our hands. Alright. Check the, okay, we got a low and a high. We got it's empty and a high. That's about to go out, so we need to make a recycler. Oxygen and pollutant. Alright, let's go make those. Pollutant and oxygen. Alrighty. That's a solid point. I don't have nitrous. But here's a question. Do I even have... We do not have nitrous in the lines. No. There's a way to deal with this pollutant. Back. And make it even better. Pop that out. Grab one of these turbo pumps. Wire cutters. And we want to go. And look at that, we don't even need to use our pressure gauge because we got one right here. So after the moon, we are going to go to Europa. And in fact, you kind of remind me, I need to come into here and go... Where is it? There it is. Now I can hear when someone goes in chat. Yeah, after the moon, we're going to go Europa. I am going to be taking a week off because next week my wife and I are going out of town. Because it's the first vacation, first days off I will have in a very long time. Because tomorrow's my last day at Home Depot. Huzzah! So we're going to take a weekend trip to recover, and on the following Saturday, we'll be on Europa, trying to survive on Hoth. Because Europa is an ice planet that's very cold, and you have to deal with that. The main goals I want to do on Europa is get Larry's up and running and to start playing with rockets. Increase. It's a moon, yes, but technically we're on... Yeah. Of course, you totally missed the... it's not a moon, it's a space station as well, but yes. It's like Minus is also not a planet, but it's a... Yeah. Of course, after Europa, I found a nice modded map that is not even on a moon. It is in orbit, and thus there are no asteroids or anything to mine. It's meant to be purely trade. Alright, let's see here. Oh, of course. That's why it's not... I forgot to shut that off. I could do... Of course, it really doesn't matter at that point because we've already dealt with the pollutant and we actually want to be able to access from there. So just pop that off. We'll leave the setup as is for now. Put that up in that one. Get the drill so we can remove the turbo pump. There's the drill. And should have done it the other way around. Alright. So it's mostly CO2 going through there. CO2 filters are doing okay. Let's go check the big tank. So yeah, the big tank's almost done. It's almost all CO2. The volatiles, well, it's got a cheat that's keeping the volatiles high. But it will get there in time. We have our liquids that we still need to deal with. That's where all the nitrous is, but we only have 186 moles of nitrous. So it's not a huge amount we need to contend with. Everything here seems to be operating nicely. Including the vending system. And if I remember, it does have cobalt. And I need to remember to do something before I move planets because I updated the cobalt code. Import. Library. New. Vending machine V3. Cobalt fixed. Yep. Okay. We sacrificed the cobalt previously to try to debug the code, and we never went back and enabled it. Well, we did it last stream. I just forgot to save it. So when we go to Europa, we're not going to have to sort out the code. We already have it. We just have to build the structures, and then we've already done the code system. It will probably be one of the first things I try to do after I get survival dealt with, is set up the deep miners so we have ores going. I still find it appropriate that the one by the uranium was the one that exploded. But it's amazing how much damage these cylinders can do. Alright. Alright, so we only have a tiny CO2 container. We do need to get a bigger one up and running. Like, we don't need to, but not JG. But just to keep with this system. Okay. So yeah, this one will turn into the CO2 distribution. Which, just for the sake of ease, since this is already separated, let's pipe this over to the large tank. And why I know I'm using red pipe. One, we haven't reprinted all the spray cans. We just repainted the white one. And two, all this is a temporary structure just to pipe the temporary tank to the more permanent tank. Do one more and then go down. We determined this was empty, but I just want to double check. Yes, it is empty. And grab the wrench. Cable. Let's set up this turbo pump so that way we can just quickly move the gas. No, we want the pipes. There we go. Boom. That should take it from here up, and this should be pure CO2. Alright. Let's shut that off for now. Drill for the cables. Wrench for the pipes. And I believe drill again to take it off. Yep. Oh no, screwdriver. Not the plant one. It's going down pretty quickly. So that still has a lot of CO2 to move. But surprising, it's only 2,000 moles, so it's not as much as we might think. Luckily, this is a one-way valve. Alright, and let's come under here. I believe it's this guy I'm looking for. That's the rocket control motherboard, so I'm guessing it is this guy. Rocket manufacturer. Just iron, gold, and copper. So we have survived 195 days without dying, and we still have our initial landing capsule. Okay. Come to rockets. It's already got it right here. Alright, launch mount. Made in... Okay, they're all made in... Everything's made in this guy, so... Do we have a trader on the platform? No, we do not. So, because I'm curious, what traders do we have? Void vessels. Void ventures. It is up. How do I make that now go away? Come on. Okay. Alright, still sheets. Alright. I don't want to shut you off, I just want to close you. Let's get 2 plastic sheets. And now a screwdriver. Alrighty, we have our rocket manufacturing node. And we want to go rocket launch tower. Actually, curious. Come on, level 5. There we go. Do we have any additional steel frames? Yes. Yes, we do. Up the elevator we go. Alright.
Hunger caution.
Ah. Forgot that's the tower, not the actual platform. Rocket scanner. Launch mount. That's what we're looking for. We want to grab all of our nice alloys. And before I forget, hello, Mr. Trader. Goodbye, Mr. Trader. How is that coming along? Only 44%. That takes forever. Let's see here. We need a few future lot bridge access. Rocket circuitry housing. I imagine that's for the IC. Yep. We'll probably mess with that on Europa. We need future lodges. We know we need future lodges, so probably gonna need at least 3. 1 for the engine, 1 for the internals, and 1 for the nose cone. And you're gonna be slow, so let's just go put this down. Hydration is needed. You are not wrong. Screwdriver. Now welding torch. Alright. Alright, while that builds, let's go get food, drink. Interesting. Not sure what caused it to want to climb. Put the suit up, put the suit off, grab some fluids. Let's make more. All right. Man, this run through has had just grips of explosions. Luckily, all minuscule ones. Oh yeah, what is the oxygen to CO2 in here? Alright.
Oxygen low.
That should at least mean that that's going to eventually go away. You know what? I feel like there's a busted pipe somewhere. And that's why volatiles keep getting in. Because it is almost pure volatiles, and that shouldn't be the case. Because here's where volatiles are generated. the only other option I foresee is there's somewhere volatile ice that keeps melting. Alright, 92. Yeah, I'm not sure where the volatiles are coming from. So what's the difference in engines? So I think we're going to start with this one. Oh, I had another fuselage over there. And the sad part is I'm probably not going to use it. No. Sadly, the iron's going to be the last thing that comes out. And we're also going to need steel sheets. Two more. Now, let's be kind to ourselves and use the right machine for the right job. Five. That's good. Welder. All right. Oh, wait. No, I do not want to do that, because that will actually turn the engine on. Interesting. We'll see what's going to go on with the... There we go. You're going to need 2 of those. Probably need it higher anyway. And it's also the wrong direction. Okay. Nope, that's not where we want it. And did I put that backwards? I did. And that's why we do tests. While we're thinking about it, let's go grab some more of the pipe. Let's see if 2 is enough, or do I need 5? Oops. Alright, looks like I'll need more. Now this is just a guess of what I will be needing. So yeah, we need 5 rocket kits for that. Okay. Did I use up all the solder? I must have. Alrighty. Let's go get the material to make more solder. Alright, you are empty. Yes, hydration is needed. Alright, let's stop filling you. Or emptying you, I mean. Rocket battery. Oh. So we need 2 rocket kits for that, and our auxiliary only needs 1, so we want to make 3. There's the battery. And here comes the auxiliary. Which... cable coil and electronic parts. Cable coil and electronic parts. Alright. There's the copper. Start making cable coils. We'll need 15. We'll just go ahead and make 20 to be good, because we're going to need more cable coil later on. There's our 20. And then we want parts. We need gold, iron for that. I have to make more gold soon. Six electronic parts. I hate leaving decimals in the system. Alright. I suspect this can be turned upside down. There we go. I don't remember whether I was in or out. So, when in doubt, pull it apart and Try again. Okay. So yeah, it is done the way we want. So power in, coming in at the top. And power out. Ah, but then the data's right there. So actually we do want that one rotated. That's the direction we wanted. That way all the data is on one side and the incoming power's on the other. Actually, what we do is we come into here and have this go that way. And this is where the umbilical coming in with power can be. Now go up to the important bits. Screwdriver and 2 electronic parts. Oh, I'm going to need more gold. I'm going to run out before I can get 2. Go deal with this gold. Well, we're going to have to increase the heat on that. Let's shut you down. Let's go get avionics up and running. And now still sheets. Let's get at least 30 sheets. That should help us keep going. I'm gonna do 20. I think I said 30 before, but let's just do 20 for now. So now we want to go umbilical power. Make 2 of those. Alright, I need to make it 1 more tower piece. Yep. So, we also need to decide what we're going to do with this rocket, and my first thought is sensor array. We'll just have it scan. Alright. Alright, and we only have the one sensor head. Don't think we need it. There we go. Doo-doo-doo. Still sheets. I think that's everything we need. Alright, I think that's all that guy needs. Actually, I mean, this is only going to free up 2 cables, but alright. Alright, we don't have a bridge to access. Alright. Oh. And I basically just rendered these two solar panels pretty much useless. But alrighty. So we got our rocket assembled. We got our tower assembled. We still gotta plumb gases. And we still gotta do base side rocket stuff.
Hunger caution.
Data link. Electrum. And solder. That is kind of funny. Electronic parts. Alright, let's see if that's enough cabling to get this wired in. Alright. Alright, it's giving power. Alright, let's see here. Avionics. Parent rocket. Uplink. Okay. No rocket connected. Is it because you need to be outside? I bet you it's because it needs to be outside.
Hydration critical. Weld this up. And we'll go
better do a bit of cheeky bit because we technically do not need the heavy cable. I originally thought we might actually need the heavy cable. But then it turns out we don't. What do you mean no pickup device? Isn't that... Pairing a data link created by the PlanetSide uplink. Oh! That would explain it. I thought the avionics did that, but no, it's the downlink tool. And as with many things in the rocket, you gotta do pairing. If I remember correctly, 2 electronic part.
Hunger critical.
Alrighty, let's go get this rocket up and running. And yes, I know food and water is yelling at me. We can just splice it in right here. Cable. Alright, now we want to go screwdriver. Oh, we want cables first. Then alright. There we go. So you need the downlink tool and the avionics. Alrighty. What are your batteries looking like? You're taking time to charge. So we can see they're about 20% charged. Alright, hydrating. Where's the... I don't see the fuel tank. Oh, I'm definitely super thirsty. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Wow. Wait, are we out of water? That can't be right. Alright, now let's figure out why this water isn't working. Did it just bug? Alright, we got plenty of water in. Is it because there's a tiny amount of pollution? So I'm not even sure how the tiny amount of pollution got in there. Ah, because that's a pressure regulator. Okay.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Oxygen low.
Fumbling the airlock again. Alright. Oh, I did have it on. go. We're losing a bit of water with it, but we're mainly focusing on the pollutants. No idea how pollutant got in the water line. Wow, this place is just going to become so humid. .8. Alright. This is making more problems than not. And we don't really... Oh, actually we will need water, so... It is important to do this. Got that. Oh, I have some right here. We're almost done. We've lost so much water to the air. But hopefully, as this kind of will take that water in the air and put it back into the system, is what I'm hoping. I could have done this cleaner, but I just want it done. It's almost day 200. We got 2 hours left on the moon, which is close enough that we're going to need that water, but not enough that the water we are wasting will be horrible. Come on. 0.3. I'm still curious, how the hell did it get in there? You know what? I just thought of something I can do to speed things up a bit. Or at least to get water in the where I need water. And there's liquid water forming. Alright. There we go. Alright. And I'm hoping that minuscule amount just ends up deleting itself. And I'm really hoping that the water goes into here and then moves its way over to the pipe. And it looks like it is because the pipe network here has no water in it. Alright.
Critical.
What's our status on the batteries? Alright. Alright. Let's make our lives a little simpler. Yeah, I have a nice crusher downstairs. It's this one. Might be in level 10. Nope. Oh, that's bottle. That's the ice crusher. Get an atmospherics kit so we can purge the nitrogen. It's gonna eventually burn off the volatiles wherever they're hiding. I'm still wondering where the volatiles are coming from and why they haven't been burnt off. Alright. And I don't have any more cable coils. Okay, so let's check out volatiles, because I believe volatiles are still just volatiles. Yep. Iron sheet. Pity you can't substitute iron for steel. Or steel for iron. We're gonna need cable coils. And we are out of copper. Alright, let's go get more copper. Our furnace should still be hot enough to melt copper. Not 15, 19. Yes, hydrating. We'll produce a few, because we'll need it to wire things up. need a vent and some more pipes. Iron, steel. Alright, we're going to want a passive vent. And insulated pipes. That's water, isn't it? Yeah. That's oxide. We'll get about 20 pipes. Where that's piping up. So filtered, unfiltered. So let's filter the nitrogen and unfilter the oxygen. All right. I'm gonna go 2, 5, flip the lenses, break out the mining tool, and lo and behold, there's volatiles right under our feet. Something doesn't feel right about that, but that should be enough volatiles. So after we get the volatiles and we get the oxides going, then we're going to have to rig up 2 pressure regulators. We'll have some inline tanks to buffer it, but have pressure regulators to keep 1 megapascal in each pipe, and then a gas mixer to pipe it in there. Alright. Mixer. Gold and copper. We'll get 4 of those. Alright. Not sure why it's blinking on and off. Okay. Alright, let's go make 2 nitrogen. go just make some more pipe. Shut you off. Alright. Okay, so that's nice and good. We just are waiting for these guys to do their thing. Alright, let's go pick up some oxides. Last volatiles. At least for now. Not a bad amount of volatiles. So it can take a fourth of that. So it'd be 4 times the pressure. Okay. We're just gonna have to parse it out this way, apparently. How much is left inside? Not. Light on. Light on. Yay, and we're getting oxygen. Ding. Alright. So we basically need 3 kilomoles. And it looks like we have enough for that because one stack is producing over 600, which is about what we need. Interesting. Oh, it's also got more pipe. There we go. Let's go check on the battery charge on the 42%, 54%. We can shut this off. You guys are doing good. Check the filters. It's not good, so we'll shut you down for now. It's actually this should be empty now, right? Alright, okay. And now with that emptied, we can go wrench. Let's shut you off.
Under caution.
We kind of don't need that to be there. And we did this right. This should all be not connected because I haven't connected it yet. Wire cutters. Alright. Just CO2 going in, and okay, so now we can shut down the oxygen. Everything else, we can shut you down. go see what it looks like on the computer now that we've put in a little bit. Alright, battery's at 49%. Probably the combination. Yep. We don't quite have a perfect ratio, but I don't think we're going to be able to get that. That's probably going to be as close as we want to get right now. We could automate the thing and have it just pump in exactly amount of of volatiles we need, and then pump in the bit of oxide we need. But this is our first playthrough with the rockets. Thrust 1.38 kilonewtons. Go. And we've reached 201. Admittedly, I missed day 200, but I was focused on my projects. Alright, we have more than enough oxide. Pressure. We want to keep an eye on that pressure, so we'll put that one and that one at the top. Now let's put in a little bit more oxygen. Even though we got what we need. At least to match this. It's sadly feeding it very slowly. do a test burn. Probably not the best idea, but let's try it. Oh, 2.6 thrust to weight. Oh yeah, that will get us up. Now it's just a matter of having enough fuel. I'm not sure what this maximum is. Alright. We're going to let that fuel while we go down and check on some other things. Like getting us some food. Take this off. Take this off. We have a little bit of volatiles. Oh yeah, did it kill all the pollution? Yeah, it killed all the pollution even in here. I'm pretty sure it's gonna ignite, but it'll be one of those, it just kisses you with fire. It doesn't actually burn anything. 20 degrees. And it only went up 1 degree.
Oxygen low.
Now, the thing I'm not 100% is how much fuel do we need? But given we got plenty of oxygen and plenty of volatiles, we are just going to let it go. Angle grinder, not crowbar. And that's the old rockets that you could take to another planet. Let's see here. Yeah, most of the guides just say to load as much as you can. It's just going to take a while to do that with this system. Crazy idea. Two more. And before we pop everything and put in the cables, let's make sure we have enough. Alright, now let's go make some wires. Get 10. And that should help balance fact, just for the sake of balancing, let's... And if we're lucky, that will hit 66.6, and then we'll just turn on the bottom pump. Does this terminal show a better than 1 decimal point? No. There we go, that's changing it quicker. $66.4, we need 66.6. Alright, close enough. We're going to do a force science. Why aren't you getting power? You're getting power. There we go. Not sure why you're glitchy now. I've got to see how much fuel was in there to begin with. Boom, it's in orbit. Alright, now we go here to turn you on. Chart. And honestly, it looks like it used up half of its fuel. And it's got a tiny leak. So we have ice. Oh, pressure's going up now. Its temperature's going up. Let's see if we can get it to come home. Get home in one piece. Should be more specific. Looks like we're going to make it. There we go. I see a dot. Nope. Did not survive. But that's why we did it for science. So it's got enough fuel to go up, but not enough to come down. Yeah, it looks like it was at 3100 roughly when we launched it. Why aren't you going up? Oh. Because the... There we go. Again, I don't know what's going on there. Not getting any charge, but Yes, yes, I'll hydrate. Electronic parts and screwdriver. Alright, let's see how much fuel is left in the volatiles tank. Wow, it's actually barely made a dent in it. Actually, it's put about half in there. So that is about it. Let's do for science again. Curious if this helped the fuel ratio. Yeah, it looks like it did. Alright. Set destination. Off it goes. Huh. Curious if it will give us the same results or if it's random each time. There's my steel. Alright. And we got both. Oh, that only. Oh, let's see now. Oh wow, that would be a very useful find on just about any map because you got volatiles, you got oxygen and water. I mean, what more could you want? No, it says here we have sites discovered at this 9. I'm going to let it do its thing, and I'm going to go here. Go here. We're going to go we know those cause problems, so we'll go a little further out. And that looks like a nice little patch. Alright, up we go. I need to recharge that when we get back to base. Six. There it is. There we go, still sheets. Glass sheets. For electronic parts. And screwdriver, was it? Alrighty. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I think. So, if we got this around a body, like Mars or something, it has the celestial tracker, which we then could feed that data into this and have it observe. Yeah. Run some heavy cable out to it. We're at 5 of 9 of the sites, and then we got a survey. I'm imagining. Oh, that's where my solder went. Let's see. Oh, it's still moving. Okay. Alright, yeah. Admittedly, I don't know what I'm doing on that one. I need to research that. Alright. Bring them on home. Let's see if it works. Might not have enough fuel. Well, I saw it. See the little blue dot? You might not be able to see it. I see a little blue dot. I should back up just in case it does crash. Whoop. Man, I always seem to be trying to land it right when the sun's in the worst possible spot. Almost out of fuel, but it's almost here. And the light, oh, it was almost constant, but... I really should make a system that displays the distance as well as the fuel. I see a dot right there. I think that's supposed to be it. Yep. I'm very confused. Because that looks like it still had fuel left over. So it won't let you just free fall it. Well, let's watch the data this time. Is it because it can't produce enough thrust? Right there is a low level of thrust. Hey, Celeste. Oh, wow, I'm getting a nice raiding party. Can you handle the monkey mayhem? I don't know. Let's see if I can land this rocket. You happened to raid right as we were trying to land a rocket. How's it going, man? I heard you just started. Let's see if we can get you help with some of those follows and average roster. I do appreciate that. Oh, thank you. See if I can manually land this with limited fuel. Thank you, guys. I'm really touched and honored. Come on. I'm sorry if I'm a little focused. I am trying to land this rocket manually. I got a few seconds left of fuel, and I've not really played with rockets all that much. And how are you doing, Zelast? Yeah, I think this thing's gonna crash one way or the other because it looks like the fuel's gonna run out. I do appreciate that. Oh, and there's the imp doing the shameless plug. Of course, now that I know I can manually do this, I'll probably just reload it and try to... Yeah, and the fuel's run out. So let's try reloading the session now that we have a better idea of what we're doing. I don't know if you got the memos, alas. Tomorrow is my last day at Home Depot, and I will be having my weekends back. Something that we have been definitely looking forward to. So yeah, we're super excited. Alright, and let that sucker free fall. Let's get it down to 10,000. That number's going up slowly, and that number's going down too quick, and that one's not climbing fast enough. Alright, we might actually do it. If that number gets there faster than this number, or this number gets here faster than this number, but we might not. Well, it looks like this is possible. I just have to figure out how to balance it right. So this game is Stationeers. Yeah. It's very nice for people who like thermodynamics. I didn't balance it right. Oh shit! Oh shit! It survived! Ha ha! I actually did land it. Apparently it's stronger than I thought. So yeah, landed the rocket. So now we can take a tour of the moon base. We actually kept the drop pod that we landed on. It's just something I like to do. We gave it its nice little enclosure. This is what I call the life pod. This is actually the first shelter that I constructed to survive in. In fact, I still have some emergency oxygen left behind from when I landed. And I put a spare suit just in case something went wrong. And something went wrong. I left my starting infrastructure in because that's where I started. Here's my starting furnace and building equipment. We'll go down to the bottom level and work our way up. And yeah, this is a very fast elevator where the game even struggles. So we have our deep miners, which gather our ore. Sadly, the ore from these does not contain gas to be degassed, but it is what it is. It's dirty ore that needs to be processed in the centrifuges. And we have this nice little chute array, so all the dirty ore from these 3 deep miners get sorted into all these centrifuges. With 3 deep miners, you only need 7.5 centrifuges.
Hunger caution.
I set up 10 just in case I ever set up a 4th one. This chip actually has code in MIPS to operate all 10 centrifuges with actually only like 37 lines of code. Because each centrifuge, as you see, has a name, and this was my first attempt with doing hash scripts. And we come to here, go into the library. So this actually uses what's called the stack. So we push each centrifuge into the stack pile, and we have a reset to reset the stack pointer. And then it's just wait 1 second, cycle through to the next stack point, look at the stack. If the stack is equal to 0, which is the last thing on the stack, we reset. Load branch device R15, which is the index, centrifuge, set name, reagent sum. So it will load into register 15 from the centrifuge of this name, the reagent total. If it's greater than 399, it means it's full, and it says empty it. If it's equal to 0, it means it's emptied, and close it. And then we just go empty, send batch name, so to centrifuge with the set name under its open command 1, which tells it to open, and then the close is the exact opposite, tells it to close. And that code does a very good job of running all 10 centrifuges. This had a chip to program the sorters. It got destroyed in the explosion we'll talk about shortly. But then the ores come out of here, and they get sorted into their appropriate silos. And then we have a vending machine, which is always full of the ores, thanks to this chip, which reads the centrifuge, and if it needs it, it opens up the silos to feed it. We had an explosion that rocked the whole base, I've recaptured the gas into here, and all that's left is 2.2 moles of nitrogen because I have processed all that gas. I just haven't taken the time to take this down. Here's all the liquids that resulted from that explosion. And now let's go look at the part of the base that went boom. So, this was my, and this section that's now walled off was the production zone, and then to the right of it was gas storage. You'll note I now have them behind walls, because before I just had all the tanks butted up next to each other, and I had one of these cylinders explode on me because it got too hot and exploded, which took out one of the big tanks. And when the big tank exploded, it took out the next tank. You can kind of see how big the blast was because, yeah, it took out the entire ceiling. Because the ceiling only came to about here? This level here, and yeah, the explosion took out all of this. Yeah, big bada boom. Very surprisingly, I survived because the explosion took place about where I'm standing, and I was standing right here and just happened to run all the way over here as it was exploding and happened to escape the bulk of the damage. You can see by this tablet, I didn't completely go unscathed, but I survived. And I had the option of reloading, and I'm like, you know what, let's turn this into a project. Let's see how well I can recover from a catastrophic failure. Because when the tanks exploded, it pressurized the base beyond what it was built for. Which will come up, like, it completely destroyed the elevator and it turned into one of the tube systems from Futurama and just shot me up at high speeds. These doors are only rated for so much pressure. Let's see here. Composite doors can take a total pressure of 300 kilopascals. The base got pressurized to 10 times that. So these two walls, or these two doors, got completely blown in. And the problem with that, this is my greenhouse, or hydroponics zone. It's where I make my food. Speaking of which, let's have some French fries. And drink some water. Oh, I still have some. Let me put that back. French fries is one of the best foods in the game, and you'll see my hydration goes all the way up to 174 because of it. But yeah, this is what's left of my green. I had plants growing in here. Plants growing in here, but when the doors gave out, it killed everything. In fact, it destroyed everything that was in the lockers, so I have finally replenished the seeds, and here's all the mushrooms that balance the plants, because mushrooms produce CO2, plants eat the CO2 and make oxygen, but if they don't get enough CO2, they die. Over here, I have the composter, which takes the plant stuff, turns it back into volatiles that can then be turned into water. The water gets turned into steam, gets collected into here. These help keep it cool, and when it condenses, it goes into this chamber. So, here's the auxiliary exit to get to the upper portions of the base. Well, upper portions of the hydroponics. Oh. You'd be surprised how often I do that. I had my base completely pressurized before the explosion, so I keep forgetting. Alright. Now that we're back in our suit, we were running a alien environment in the hydroponics below me, which is why we have all these controllers to control each gas type, because we are trying to grow an alien plant that can only grow in polluted atmosphere, but it can only be so polluted. This system right here makes sure that this room doesn't get overpressurized. Anytime it gets too much pressure, it kicks it through and releases it into this chamber, which initially was connected to the rest of the base, but we had to seal it when everything blew up. Alright. This is the living quarters. These two sections did not survive the blast. You had a bed, or two beds in here, two lockers for Creative Luck and Mumanji. This was my quarters. The rest of the quarters survived. So I have a bed and a locker for all the followers I had at the time. And look at that name right there. So there's your bed. And your locker. We have our trading area. It's a nice 7x7. It has a landing pad, but I forgot on the moon there's no atmosphere, so you can't land a plane. So that really doesn't do anything for me because no landing craft will use it on the moon. But as you can see, it's a pretty large structure. We have a little gas tank right there that has a breathable atmosphere. And the pumps to fill it. The hangar door is controlled right here. We have our small satellite dish, which we start with, and then we have this big large one that we'll look at outside in a moment. And here's the 3 traders we can select from. And actually, can we get you, or are you too far away? Okay, you're good. So you saw that it had a big, large, like 100 and something degrees off, which is normally not good. You normally want to be within 20%. But it's a 5x5, which is a medium trader, which usually uses a medium dish. I'm using the large dish, and I have 2 batteries, so I can just brute force the smaller guys. So these 2 batteries are just dedicated to run this dish, which uses, 50,000 watts. But we just brute force that guy. And while he lands, we'll take a look at the rest of the base on the outside. So, this little guy is what keeps this base cool. It radiates heat out. And more or less, you just open it when you need it cooled and shut it when you need it to warm back up. Here's our hot tank to run our furnace. It's cooled down quite a bit because we've used it a lot and haven't been giving energy back to it, but that's still hot enough to melt our gold and copper. Here's our big boy satellite dish. It's very slow to move, but is very powerful. We have our telescope, which is, for me, a new structure. I'm still trying to figure this guy out. And rockets, which I've done rockets in the past, but they updated it and changed how the rockets are done, and I am learning the new rocket system. So the rockets are actually very customizable, where you build them yourself, and that's where it gets a little bit more tricky, because you can totally launch a rocket that's not going to come back no matter what you do. So you have to know what you're doing. So we got the fuel tank, and the big orange thing is the fuel tank. And you'll see it connects to this guy, which is the umbilical to fill it. Here's the power umbilical, which is right there. You have the main battery, the auxiliary battery, the avionics, and the data downlink. You need both of these to make it work. This guy is something that's supposed to work with the telescope, but I haven't quite figured it out yet. Here's our gas management system for the rocket. This guy has all the volatiles. This guy has all the oxygen. To get oxygen, you just put that in there. It separates the nitrogen that's polluted in the ice and makes this just pure oxygen. And this is where we talk about the thermodynamics of the game. If I just use this gas mixer, it's going to just take the pressure from this side and the pressure from this side and mix it together, and that doesn't necessarily give you a stoichiometric mix. So we have pressure regulators right here above the tablet that keep this system at 1 megapascal and this one at 1 megapascal. Yes, you can use liquid oxygen fuel as well. Those are considered higher tier rockets that are a little bit more complex. I do plan on doing those at a later time. But I first wanted to understand the mechanics of the easiest rocket, which is just you pre-mix the fuel on the ground and burn it. It's not the most powerful, but it is the simplest to set up. The next phase is to actually have a mix where you have two different gases in the rocket and have the rocket mix the gases, and then you get into the liquid mixtures. So I might mess with the liquid oxygen ones when I do Europa in 2 weeks. And here's the solar array. Sadly, these two right here only work at half efficiency because the game does look at it and go, hey look, all those objects are blocking the sun right now, so this panel and this panel don't get any power. Why this panel, as you can see, it's getting, as soon as the sun finally gets up, it's getting higher and higher efficiencies as the sun crests the horizon, but these guys suck. Yeah, realistic physics. I have these radiators which vent out the heat from my base, because you got to do heat management, because thermodynamics is a thing. So your base generates heat, you got to get rid of it. You'll see these two logic readers. Somewhere in here is a solar tracker that tracks the movement of the sun, and it feeds that data into those two logic readers, and that is actually what makes the solar panels track the sun. So this game's very niche. If you like it, you end up, like, most people who like the game love the game. The people who don't like the game, they don't like the game. But the people who do like the game really like the game. Alright, let's see, Mr. Trader. Alright, you sell alloys, which means you buy ores. And this is where that code that runs the vending machines comes in very handy. You're noticing I am selling all the available material. But I'm going to leave and come back, and without touching anything downstairs, heck, you already saw it. Right here, refilled. So, that was the main goal of this moon base, is to set up what you saw downstairs, where now I can just sit here and call down any ore trader, and all the ores in those silos are available. It may take a moment because I don't want to overload that vending machine. Because right now, it is filling up the iron. When it reaches 550, it will move on to the copper. And so on and so forth. Here's the system that actually controls the hangers from that switch. It reads the switch. This one controls the medium doors, and this one controls the large doors. Because this hanger is, what is it, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 5 tall, which means I have to have mediums and large. If it was 6 tall, I could just have 2 mediums, and it'd be controlled with just 2 of these. Here's our little data collector for the pad. Oh yeah, how's the vending machine coming along? There's the copper we wanted. And then you'll see the little credit card right here. We have 10,456 space bucks, which I could use to buy the ingots. Although at this point, as I have so much ore downstairs, I could just process it myself. Had I not had the explosion, I would have written a second code that takes it from the vending machine and puts it into the furnace and automatically makes the alloys. But that's been kicked. The can's been kicked on that one to another playthrough. When we go to Europa, we're going to work on hydroponics for the most part and try to get the Larry's, or automated farming guy, to control our hydroponics area. Because right now I have to do it manually, and there's a way to have it where a robot arm just harvests everything for you. We put up this little air conditioning to possibly cool the base, but it ended up not being needed. Because here's our cooling. Let's see here. Here's our cooling pipe, and as you can see, it's in the negative 90 degrees and dropping. What does the alien plant do for you? So let's go into... So, I tried growing the alien mushroom, which proved to be very disappointing. It doesn't really do much for you. It's very hard to grow, and it's just a standard plant. Hades flower, which is the one that I was messing with, generates heat. So, there's Stirling engines in this game, so you can have a room full of Hades flowers making heat, and a room full of winter spawns that make cold. Because winter spawns break water into volatiles and oxygen, making it cold, and they consume nitrogen. So, like if you're on Venus, which is a very hot planet, you can have a room full of these, just feeding it nitrogen and water, and you get your gases back. Because then you can take that oxygen and volatiles and turn it back into water. I see. Can the Hades fire make an area hot enough to melt ore? I honestly don't know. Because, let's go back to the Hades flower. Let's see if we can show. And no, it doesn't show it. Let's go look at the Hades flower in the room, and it might show us the problem. That's the fern. There we go. So it requires 1% volatiles to be in the air. However, it can only tolerate 1 kilopascal of volatiles. Any more will be toxic to it. It also wants the pressure to be between 50 and 100 kilopascals. So you have to really balance this flower to make sure that it has volatiles, but not enough to kill it, and have enough pressure that it keeps it alive, but not enough that the volatiles get high enough to kill it. So that was what we were trying to do when... So it was kind of funny, and we can go kind of look at what was going on that caused the explosion, because it's one of the things I'm hoping that the Cargo Larry will be able to prevent in the future if I figure out how to code it. Because right here, we have this guy that separates from this gas the nitrogen and puts it into this pipe if the filter's not at 0. If the filter hits 0, it stops doing that job. Well, here is my H2 combustor behind this wall. Let's see if you can say hello to it. You can kind of see it. It was feeding into Stirling generators, and then the exhaust was going into the sorting system. Well, the filters died, so all the gas built up and burst the pipe. And in trying to clean that up, I wasn't paying attention, and the tank I was using to clean it up with went boom. And then it just took out my entire gas sorting system. Actually, keep that on. So, we can talk about these tanks. I have this pressure regulator set to 20 megapascals because anything more will make these tanks pop. That's my oxygen tank, by the way, so that's what's making sure I can breathe. And these filters remove the carbon dioxide and puts it into the waste tank. So this whole system should be done. Yeah, so we can actually dismantle this guy. Because when the base went boom, actually, let's see here, it's 5. Yeah. You might like this feature. So we can see through all the walls and see all the pipes and wires. So you can see the green hydroponics zone. You can see the water pipes. You can see the cabling. And then you can see the gas pipes. And this is why it's important to color. And by the way, I see the question I forgot to answer. No, at this moment, there is no steam power plant. It's one of the things that I'm very sad about. And I want to see if I can use some structures in the game to mimic a steam generator, because you do have turbine generators, but they're not very good. The devs have kind of nerfed a lot of them because people make cheaty things where you just make an entire room full of these, and then you have a vent sucking gas from one end and pumping it out, and it just breaks the game. It makes infinite power. So they haven't really done too much with these. However, they do want to put nuclear power into the game, and I imagine they will make steam generators for that. But I do want to see if I can make a steam generator using these guys in a non-cheaty way. Possibly have it where the heat, like, I was kind of doing it with the Stirling engines, because when you use the H2 combustor, it comes out really hot. In fact, that's why I made this room. Is there a liquid generator? What do you mean by liquid generator? Do you mean like a water wheel, or do you mean like a liquid fuel combustor? No, there is no water wheel. Partly because water physics in the game is kind of new. They just recently added in-world water to the game. I do imagine at some point they probably will be putting in something like a water wheel, but they have not yet. You should be done with your... Oh, I'm going to have to wait for a second cycle. Okay. Close that door, close that door. Both doors are closed. Fact. Let's melt some ice. This is supposed to be another new feature, and apparently, nope, not working for me. You're supposed to be able to take the welder and weld the ice, but apparently that's not working. Maybe that's in the next batch. Alright, so actually, let's do it this way. There we go, we passed the Armstrong limit. So that backpack is very insulated. And let's see if we can pressurize the base. Unfortunately, I was thinking about those CPU coolers that don't use pumps and use thermodynamics of the liquid condensing to cycle the liquid and loop and radiate circuit. That would be an interesting concept. Oh, that's funny. It's gotten too cold. Don't worry, when the sun comes up, we'll start getting heat again. We're not quite pressured enough for me to take my helmet off. Because you need to get to 20 kilopascals of oxygen. Alright. And look at that. Now, I'm not selling fuel. I like my fuel. And I don't feel like making chocolate bars, so... We have sold the stock. We could buy the ores. I mean the alloys. But again, I can make it. Why waste the money? So you'll see in the upper right corner, there's a shower icon that's warning me. If you stay in your suit too long, you get stinky. If you stay stinky too long, your character gets unhappy. If your character is unhappy, he will go through food and water faster. Oh yeah, and I also forgot. Plants have genetics. And thus, you can actually select plants to shift their quality. This one is sadly going the wrong way, as is this one, because I want this to go this way, and I want this one to go this way, and I want this one's going the right direction, because this one only needs 3 minutes and 17 seconds of darkness. Hey, cheese! Gas production is nice. Water usage, I would rather it go down than up. Undesirable gas resistance. Again, I want you to go up because this is where it can survive polluted atmospheres better. But yeah, you can mess with these things, genetics, and over here we have the equipment you can take genetics from one plant and splice it onto another. And here's where you can destabilize or stabilize. Oh, cool. I'll look at that technology when I get a chance. But yeah, this one you can select what you want on the plant and either destabilize it so the genes go all over the place, or if it's where you want it to be, you can stabilize it to reduce the chance it will do something. Alright, and Cheese has shown up, so I want to show Cheese what I did today.
Oxygen low.
Boom! And I was actually messing with the rocket when everybody raided me. So I'm like, sorry guys, I'm kind of focused on manually landing the rocket. This was meant to be, the original intent of this was to be the emergency hatch, not the primary hatch. And as this is the last stream of the moon base, I didn't feel like taking the time to make it proper. Because my last day at Home Depot is tomorrow, and I figured that is a good spot. Like, we got the gas sorting system back up and running. We got back to where we were before the explosion. We even built a rocket, launched it, and landed it. And I think that's a good place to retire the moon. As much as, like, if it was any other day, I would actually say yes, I would love for you to join my game. However, it is now past midnight and my last day of Home Depot. I still got to go to work. So I'm about ready to wrap up the stream. Otherwise, I'd say yes. Next week, or actually no, next week I'm not streaming. We're taking the weekend off. The following week, we will be on Europa, and you would be more than welcome to join me. Because I could stay up late, because like, this is where I'm really looking forward to life after the Home Depot. I feel like the stream's going very well, but I'm looking at the clock going, I gotta be at work in a few hours, and so I gotta stop even though I don't want to, because I have to indulge. But thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining me, Cheese. I'm sorry you joined me at the end. Again, I'm looking forward to not having to go to bed because I have work the next day. So, next week I will not be streaming. Tomorrow I will be streaming Subnautica with my niece. We're only on stream number 2. We ended last stream very appropriately with me being eaten. That's what I get for following my nephew's instructions. And Monday I will be doing Icarus, most likely with Creative Luck. So, I hope to see you all there. Thank you those who joined and followed me. Those who haven't, please do. And I also have a Discord for those who want to join. So I will talk with you all later. I'll talk with you later, the last. We were actually talking about you yesterday, and I'm glad to hear that you were with friends. So until then, have a good evening.